And the silliness of where we are today is impeding our ability to make that true. I don't know when a shutdown makes sense, but the consequences of this one, a short-term clean CR for a few more weeks to complete our appropriation works, a shutdown makes absolutely no sense for the benefit of America. I urge my Democratic colleagues to act now to pass this short-term continuing resolution so we can alleviate the pressures on our aviation system, return to doing our jobs and appropriating government funding, and provide much-needed certainty and stability for our nation. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Washington State.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we are just over a week into Republicans' shutdown and just over 3 weeks from open enrollment when massive premium hikes become a stone-cold reality for our families. And yet Republican leaders refuse to sit down and talk with us about addressing both of those challenges. President Trump and Russ Vought are just open, gleefully plotting how we can make this shutdown as painful as possible. House Republicans are not even here for the 3rd week in a row, and Leader Thune has refused to do anything other than vote on the same failed partisan CR over and over and over. The clock is ticking. Republicans would rather sit on their hands than sit down at the table. When we asked to talk about health care, the only word that the Republican leader seems to know is later. Excuse me, But why shouldn't we address this challenge any earlier? The Republican leader bent over backwards to shovel new tax cuts at billionaires earlier this year. He did not tell CEOs to wait when it came to Republican tax breaks that expire at the end of this year. Why is he telling families now to wait? When rates are being set now, when price announcements will be in the mail any day now, and when open enrollment is right around the corner. Why do Republicans want to wait until higher rates are locked in and families are priced out of health care? We have to tackle this before those rates are locked. I have been warning for months about what this will mean for Washington State and for our country. Maybe the Republican leader needs to hear about what this means for his constituents. In South Dakota, there are 50,000 people who rely on the health care tax credits to get their health coverage. On average, those South Dakota families will see their premiums more than triple if Republicans refuse to save the tax credits. These are hardworking families, including many farmers. And that's not just a challenge in South Dakota. Over a quarter of farmers in our country are covered through those exchanges. Do any of my colleagues think we should do nothing while farmers lose their health care? Do any of my colleagues want to stand by while families across the country see their premiums double? You know, we have common ground here, but that doesn't do any good when Republicans outright refuse, to come to the table and negotiate. It doesn't do a lot of good when House Republicans are out on vacation for the third week in a row. You know, this clock has been ticking all year long, and the time to avoid those massive premiums is just about up. There is no waiting, there is no later. You can either start talking with us now to reopen the government and act to stop premium hikes before the open enrollment, or you can talk to your constituents about why you decided to sit on your hands and do diddly squat as their premiums went through the roof. The choice is yours. Democrats are here. We are still at the table. We have always been here. We have never left. And we are ready today, to work out a serious deal to address the health care crisis and reopen the government. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks. President.
Recognize the senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, right now, Republicans control...
We're in a quorum call.
Pardon, we're in a quorum
Quorum
call? I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection?
Okay. Mr. President, right now, Republicans control the White House, the House, and the Senate. In other words, Republicans control the federal government. Since day one of the Trump regime, they have used that control to sow chaos and attack programs and services that the American people rely upon. Here are but two examples. Earlier this year, Trump tried to shut down Social Security offices across the country, making it much harder for recipients of Social Security benefits to call Social Security, find out the information they needed, and to access their benefits. So Social Security reversed course on this, I call it lame brain idea, to close some of the offices when they responded to the huge hue and cry from people who said that that is not something that should be happening to the Social Security recipients. Another example, this regime slashed the Department of Education, firing more than half of the federal education department's staff as part of an all-out assault on the federal support for public education in our country. Now, if President Trump had his way, he would just get rid of the Federal Department of Education altogether, but since only Congress can do that, they did things like firing half of the staff. So now they're coming after programs millions of Americans rely on for their health care. Republicans created this health care crisis when they passed their big, ugly bill, which guts Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, among other programs. At the same time, Donald Trump zeroed out funding for research into diseases such as cancer. And when you're talking about research on children's cancer, you know, to cut off funding for that kind of research is more than mean. So he also cut out funding for research in diabetes and Alzheimer's. So halting studies that could unlock major breakthroughs and literally save lives. Unsurprisingly, the majorities of Americans oppose what this regime is doing regarding health care. So Republicans know their position is indefensible, which is why they're resorting to lies and excuses, lies that get more desperate by the day. They're lying because they don't want the American people to know the truth. And what is that truth? The truth is that Republicans are happy to make permanent massive tax cuts for billionaires in their big, ugly bill, but refused to make permanent tax credits hardworking families rely on to get their health care. Misplaced priorities are nothing new for Republicans. I was in the House when we passed the Affordable Care Act, the ACA, which expanded health care to more than 20 million Americans who up to that point did not even have health care. I was also here in the Senate as Republicans tried over and over again to repeal the ACA and kick those millions of Americans off their health care. It's rich that these same Republicans who crusaded for years to get rid of the ACA now stand before the American people talking about how much they care about their health care. Why should the American people believe these lies as they are, even as we speak, getting notices of the huge increases in their health care costs? American people don't believe the Republican lies. They see right through them. So meanwhile, the Republicans, unwilling to do what the American people want, now claim that, well, expanding these credits isn't urgent, that we can do this a few months from now. We don't have to do it now. There is no sense of urgency. Another lie. Mr. President, time is of the essence. Open enrollment under the ACA starts in just a few weeks, and because of Republicans' refusal to act, I repeat, people across the country are getting notices saying, here's what your ACA premiums are going to cost you. And the figures are astounding. Without an extension of these credits, average out-of-pocket premium costs for a family of 4 in Hawaii are expected to increase from $10,000 to more than $16,000 a year, an increase of more than $6,000 or $500 a month. Well, maybe in Trump's world, $500 isn't much, but to everybody else, that is a lot. You know, billionaires may not care that millions of people in our country are getting these notices about their increase in health care, but the rest of us do. And for so many families, these huge increases could well break the bank. Let's face it, this is not a red state or blue state issue. Hardworking Americans in every state across the country rely on the ACA for health care coverage. And they're all about to see their costs skyrocket. In Speaker Johnson's home state of Louisiana, where nearly 300,000 people, his constituents, get their health care through the ACA, a family of 4 in Louisiana can expect to see their premiums increase by more than $9,000 a year. In South Dakota, Senate Leader Thune's home state, out-of-pocket costs for a family of 4 will increase by more than $13,000 a year. Think about that. Without action, Leader Thune's constituents will be paying $13,000 more than last year for the very same coverage and same benefits. Nationwide, it is estimated that healthcare premiums will more than double for hardworking families. Make no mistake, plenty of families won't be able to afford these significant hikes and will be forced to go without healthcare, all because Republicans refuse to act. Working families are awakening to this healthcare crisis because, and I repeat, they are getting their increased notices even as we speak. And they know who's responsible. It's the Republicans with their big, ugly bill. Mr. President, Trump returned to office promising to lower costs on day one. Yet another lie. Not happening. More than 250 days later, Americans are facing the fallout from this regime's reckless economic policies, including the disastrous tariffs that are decimating small businesses. So instead of actually doing anything to lower costs for our hardworking families, the Republicans have shut down the government because they really don't care that families have to pay so much more for health care, and many of them, millions of them, are going to drop health care because they will not be able to afford these increases. So under the Trump regime, Americans are poor because notice that costs are not going down, and they are about to get sicker when they no longer can afford the health care that was provided through the ACA tax credits. Democrats, on the other hand, know that the health and welfare and well-being of the American people are worth fighting for, that keeping the government running shouldn't come at the cost of Americans' health care. I mean, talk about what I would call a completely stupid choice. It's not even a choice. We should keep government running, but if the Republicans are so intent on giving permanent tax breaks to the billionaires, they should give the permanent tax credits to the millions of Americans who need and deserve this health care. So frankly, Republicans can end the government shutdown today if they agree to restore health care to the American people. And until then, Democrats are going to keep fighting to protect Americans' health care, reopen the government, and hold this regime accountable for the harm that they are inflicting on this country every single day. Mr. President, I yield back.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, one of the proudest moments of my life was the first time I ever laced up my boots, put on my uniform, and raised my right hand to swear my oath to the Constitution as a member of the Illinois Army National Guard. And I cherished every day that I got to wake up and call myself a soldier. And it's because I love our military so deeply that I refuse to let a 5-time draft-dodging coward abuse it for his own personal gain. At Quantico last week, Trump told our top military leaders that he wants American service members to train against the same citizens they swear an oath to protect. Last month, he essentially declared war on Chicago, one of the largest cities in the country that he leads, with a meme from a Vietnam War movie about the loss of humanity when military action is unchecked by ethics or the laws of war. And this week, he made good on his threats, forcing hundreds of National Guardsmen into our city against the will of the people of Illinois or its legally elected representatives. For months, Trump has fabricated claims of chaos and crime on American streets to justify false claims that there is a need to deploy troops into our cities against local officials' wishes. First to LA, then DC, and he isn't stopping there. He's also attempting to deploy troops to Portland, though a federal judge he appointed blocked his efforts there twice because in his own handpicked appointees' words, Trump's claims about why they are needed were untethered to facts. Another way to put that is that he is lying. In the last few weeks in Chicago, we've seen Trump's agents detain innocent Americans, deny citizens their right to legal representation, point weapons at civilians, zip-tie children, arrest elected officials, ransack apartment buildings, injure journalists, and shoot a priest in the head with pepper balls for the so-called crime of peacefully praying for nonviolence. They've even shot 2 people, leaving one, a father of 2 young children, dead, making dubious and unsubstantiated claims in their attempt to justify their use of lethal force. It's obvious what Trump is doing. He's targeting and punishing the cities who dare push back against his abuse of power. And while he's currently targeting blue cities with his lies, if these deployments are not stopped, there will be nothing to stop him or any future president from doing this to anyone, anywhere, for any made-up reason that is also untethered to reality. So let's be clear. Ordering our troops to intimidate Americans in their own communities doesn't make our nation safer. Policing Americans in their own communities is not the National Guard's job. They can't make arrests, and they're not adequately trained to carry out police duties in urban environments. These deployments are yet another Trump move straight out of the Authorization 101 textbook. They further jeopardize civil rights while distracting our troops from executing their core mission of keeping Americans safe from the real adversaries who wish us harm. We know that Trump's actions are not about law and order, because if he cared about law and order, he wouldn't gleefully refuse to coordinate with state and local officials. He wouldn't have literally defunded our police by freezing and slashing federal dollars that help hire, train, and equip law enforcement. He wouldn't be diverting federal resources and agents away from operations that investigate drug cartels and gun traffickers, from missions that identify and disrupt foreign terrorist plots, and from actions that protect our families from cyber attacks to do it. But he is. And instead of supporting and expanding proven violence crime prevention strategies, he's wasting millions of taxpayer dollars to terrorize law-abiding citizens who are exercising their First Amendment rights. Trump is taking our troops away from their missions just to do his personal bidding, forcing them to confront peacefully protesting Americans instead of using their time preparing to protect our nation in case of future conflicts with America's adversaries around the world. Our troops didn't sign up for this. They signed up to defend Americans' rights to free speech, not to intimidate Americans from exercising that right. Our troops were willing to die to defend this country, not to defend one man's ego. Los Angeles did not ask for this. Washington, D.C. did not ask for this. Portland did not ask for this. Chicago did not ask for this. Our service members do not deserve this. I'm relieved to announce that just moments ago, I secured a Senate hearing in the coming weeks with witnesses from the Trump administration where I will ask tough questions and demand answers on these unjustifiable actions. Because I refuse to stay silent as our military and our service members' sacrifices are disrespected and abused by a man who was never brave enough to serve himself. I cannot let him keep giving our troops the middle finger while eroding the hard-won trust and confidence they've earned from the American public over generations of military service. These days, I may no longer be wearing my Army uniform, but it still hangs proudly in my Senate office. And now I spend a lot of my time seated on the Senate floor rather than beneath my Blackhawks main rotors. But my core mission is still the same as when I was in the National Guard, to keep America as strong and as safe as she should be, if only Donald Trump cared about doing the same. With that, I yield the floor and recognize my colleague, the senior senator from the great state of Illinois.
Mr. President,
Democrat Whip.
I want to thank my colleague from Illinois, Senator Duckworth, for inviting me to join her on the floor to discuss what's happening in our state. And before I do, I want to make sure it is well known for those who are following this debate to explain how she became my Senate colleague. There was a day some 20 years ago when I was given 2 tickets to the presidential State of the Union address. And my staff asked me if there was any particular guest I'd like to invite. I said, no, why don't you call out to Walter Reed Military Hospital and see if there's an Illinois veteran who can come and join us. They told me shortly after that they'd found someone who was coming. I didn't know that person. Her name was Tammy Duckworth, and she was in full dress uniform when she came into my office. It had been merely a few weeks since her helicopter had been shot down over Iraq, and she'd gone through some terrible surgeries and recovery. But she came into my office with a large smile on her face and her husband, Brian, pushing her wheelchair. That was how we met. She was my guest at the State of the Union address. We became friends. I became the ombudsman for Walter Reed. She had soldiers calling me from all over the United States asking for help, and I didn't regret it one bit. It was an honor to do it. So I worked up the courage to ask her if she would consider running for Congress, and she said to me, I'd have to talk it over with Brian. And I thought, I've got a live one here. She sounds like she's interested, and she was. Her first try for office was not successful for Congress, but she later became head of the Veterans Administration for the state of Illinois, and then ran successfully to serve with me in Congress as a member of the House. When there was a vacancy available for the U.S. Senate seat, I not only encouraged her, but endorsed her and did everything I could to help. I'm honored to have her as my colleague. She's an extraordinary person, has more bravery than any 10 people I know. And she has shown her devotion to this country by serving in the Guard for over 20 years, 23 years? 23 years in the Guard. So when it comes to issues involving the Guard, there's no better expert who's ever served in the United States Senate. Illinois is lucky, America's lucky to have Tammy Duckworth, and I'm lucky to be able to join her today. We're proud of our heritage in the state of Illinois. We call it the land of Lincoln. And I recall an incident that's worth repeating. In 1858, Abraham Lincoln gave a speech in Edwardsville, Illinois. That's downstate near St. Louis. In this speech, he asked, quote, "What constitutes the bulwark of our liberty and independence?" Lincoln emphasized that it was not America's army or the power of our weapons. The founder of the Republican Party, Abraham Lincoln, said that it is, quote, "the preservation of the spirit which prizes liberty as the heritage of all men in all lands everywhere. This is what is responsible for the maintenance of our freedoms." How the Republican Party has changed from those early days. Yesterday, President Trump deployed 500 National Guard troops to our state of Illinois. The president ignored the pleas from elected officials across Illinois that these deployments were unnecessary, unwanted, and a dangerous escalation of a situation the president himself has created. Leaders of the Chamber of Commerce and businesses in our state held a press conference and begged the president, don't send in the troops. You're peddling a message which is not true. It is not unsafe in Illinois. People there are proud to be part of that state. We know we're not perfect. Like every other place, we can be better and safer. But the use of Guard troops from Illinois or even from Texas is totally unnecessary and creates the wrong impression. That message was clear from the business leaders in my state, but President Donald Trump didn't care what they had to say. He wanted to deploy our nation's military to Illinois to spread fear and sow chaos. And in both those efforts, sad to say, he's succeeding. The president has no legal basis for deploying federal troops to Illinois against the wishes of the Illinois governor. There is no rebellion or insurrection happening in our state. Americans have the right under the First Amendment to protest this administration's cruel and misguided immigration policy. There is no room for violence whatsoever in this exchange of information and points of view, but it is part of our constitutional guarantee. And there is no argument, as some of my colleagues claim during our Judiciary Committee markup meeting this morning, that this is anything like the civil rights era of uses of National Guard by multiple presidents to enforce desegregation laws when segregationist governors in the South were defying federal law and court orders. President Dwight David Eisenhower, a general himself, federalized the Arkansas National Guard after the governor outright refused to comply with the law and was preventing the Little Rock Nine from entering previously all-white Central High School following the Supreme Court's ruling in Brown versus Board of Education. There is no argument, no evidence whatsoever that the governor of Illinois is disobeying any federal law or court order. There is no historical analogy between the situation in the 1970s, 60s rather, and the situation in Illinois today. In fact, the current administration has sued Illinois to attempt to commandeer state and local law, state law, and force Illinois to implement this administration's immigration policies. Courts have repeatedly found that Illinois does not have a responsibility to implement federal immigration laws. There is no statute or provision of the Constitution that allows the president to use the National Guard as props in his political theater or to suppress constitutionally protected dissent against his inhumane immigration crackdown. In addition, the Trump administration has recklessly surged hundreds of federal law enforcement officers who are employing increasingly aggressive tactics against immigrants and their families and those suspected of being immigrants. They have said quite boldly, we are looking for people who look like they're subject to our jurisdiction. They have pulled FBI, DEA, and ATF agents from their assignments to carry out the president's immigration agenda, taking them away from their mission to combat crimes like terrorism, gun violence, human trafficking, and drug smuggling. How does this make America safer? We all know the litany that Donald Trump has repeated over and over again at political rallies and meetings since he was reelected as president. He is trying to stop murderers, rapists, terrorists, criminally insane people, and sexual predators from coming into this country. Look what's happening with this mass deportation effort that he's authored. Over 70% of those who have been detained by ICE so far, over 70%, have no criminal record whatsoever, none whatsoever. This is not about stopping crime. This is about going after immigrants. If the Trump administration truly wanted to help my city of Chicago and our state of Illinois, it wouldn't defy Illinois elected leaders. It would work with us. It would restore the millions of dollars it suspended in crime prevention and public safety grants. How can this president say with a straight face that he wants to reduce crime in our state and cut back the very programs that law enforcement counts on to train and be prepared and be effective in the field in reducing crime? He's chosen to put boots and guns on our street and to call in the military from Texas. At the end of the day, these deployments are about President Trump and Stephen Miller's personal agenda to send troops primarily into blue cities and to deport immigrants without any criminal history at the expense of national security and public safety. Nearly a quarter of all FBI agents, a quarter of them, 1 out of 4, are now focused on immigration. How can this possibly make America safer? And the tactics that are being used by ICE and others in support of the president's mission are outrageous. On Tuesday, September 30th, there was a raid in the middle of the night on an apartment house in South Shore in the city of Chicago. 300 ICE agents flew in Black Hawk helicopters and rappelled down to the roof of an apartment building. It was a scene made for the movies, and that's exactly what it was. They ransacked the apartments of the people living there, crashed down their doors and pulled them out of bed, lined them up in the street. They bound the children with ties, plastic ties like handcuffs, and they decided to make it all a movie production for television and video. It was supposedly to stop drug activities by gangs. No evidence whatsoever has been produced to that. It was a horrible scene. I'm sure these children will never forget as long as they live. Being pulled out of bed in the middle of the night and watching your parents being interrogated, arrested, and detained. That is the idea of this administration of enforcing the law. It just goes too far. Steve Miller, the president's domestic advisor, is the architect of this travesty. For any of you who think that these deployments may not affect you, it's just Illinois' problem, you're wrong. The very act undermines our Constitution and the belief in liberty above all. As President Lincoln warned us in that same speech in Edwardsville, destroy this spirit of liberty and you planted the seeds of despotism at your own doors. While the Guard is in Illinois now, it could be in your state next. It could be your family taken from their homes and their beds in the middle of the night in an indiscriminate raid. Does it sound preposterous? 2200 South Shore apartment building people can tell you it's not preposterous. It's actually what happened. Have tear gas and guns pointed at you for speaking out. Congress must act and speak out against this increasingly authoritarian administration. We are a co-equal branch of government, and it's time we acted like one. I implore my Republican colleagues, I know their loyalty to President Trump, but I implore them to join Senator Duckworth and myself and describe these deployments for what they are: an illegal, immoral power grab by a president determined to consolidate his power and stifle any dissent. If we here in this Senate chamber, fortunate enough to represent the people of this country, will not stand up, then who will? Mr. President, once again, I want to thank my colleague, Senator Duckworth, for calling us down to the Senate floor to raise this issue. She and I are hoping that if the Senate schedule allows, we'll be able to get back to Illinois this weekend and have an opportunity to learn even more about this grave situation. In the meantime, I ask people involved to show courage, to understand that the odds are against them, and the people who are trying to harass them are well armed and can be very serious in what they do. But America's values will prevail over this president, over this situation, and my state of Illinois will return to a situation where it's not being invaded by the Guard of other states. Incidentally, let me close by saying this. I have no animus against the members of the Guard, either in Illinois or in Texas. They are good men and women who put their hands in the air and swore an oath to our Constitution and to serve our country. They are in a situation where they're being used, unfortunately, for a bad circumstance for this president. But we need them, and I continue to look forward to working with them in the future. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, last year I was privileged to lead a bipartisan delegation of 20 of our colleagues to Normandy, celebrating the 80th anniversary of the historic landing there, where American boys, and they were boys, 17 and 18 years old, stormed the beaches of France to liberate Europe. It was one of the most moving experiences of my lifetime, and I believe the presiding officer was there. We were part of a bipartisan group, evenly divided, 10 Republicans and 10 Democrats. And what we heard and saw, I think, will stay with us for a lifetime, particularly from the veterans who remembered that day. They're in their 100-year-old ages of their lives. And after speaking to them, we heard speeches from the President of the United States, of France, leaders of Europe, but what stuck with me was what I heard from the veterans, and one of them said to me, "This was our moment. This was our moment." We walked through the American cemetery, those silent rows of white grave markers, down to the beach, Omaha Beach, where I thought of those 18 and 20-year-old boys jumping out of landing craft with 80 pounds on their backs into 8 feet of water under a hail of machine gun bullets and mortar fire, onto a beach 3 football fields long. 3 football fields long, without any cover. There are no trees, there are no dunes, and the hail of gunfire and mortars kept coming. I think 90% died in the first wave, maybe 80% in the second. They kept going. A third and a fourth wave, storming the cliffs, taking back Europe, and saving democracy. And I kept thinking as I walked on that bleak beach, windswept, waves crashing, that was our moment. I kept thinking about the veteran who said that to me. It was an American moment. And our reason for going to Normandy was to honor those young men who saved democracy. Mr. President, this is our moment. This is our moment to save democracy. I know it sounds like an exaggeration to say that our democracy is now under attack, but it is from adversaries and enemies abroad, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. But we also have to make sure that we safeguard our liberties at home against attack and efforts to undermine them, even if some may feel they are well-meaning. And one of them, and only one of them, is the illegal and unconstitutional.
This isn't just a financial hardship. It's destabilizing for households and military readiness alike. Military readiness. Many families have already begun to visit food banks near bases. And it's even harder on families with a loved one who's deployed. Amy Palmer, who runs an organization that helps military families in Colorado, said families of the deployed, and I quote, are having to navigate this alone. They're used to getting the paycheck and paying bills on behalf of their entire family, And with that service member deployed and not really having that support system from them, it is really hard, end quote. Well, Mr. President, it's not just our troops who are going to be missing a paycheck. Civilian workers will also be missing part of their pay starting this Friday, including law enforcement officers like the members of our very own Capitol Police. Food banks and other nonprofits around the country are bracing for increased demand from federal employees, especially here in the National Capital Region. I remember when a Democrat leader was a passionate opponent of government shutdowns because of their impact on federal workers. I'm pretty sure that was just about 6 months ago. Other Democrats used to be concerned about the impact on federal workers as well. A few years ago, our Democrat colleague from New Jersey, himself a former career federal worker, had this to say, and I quote, "I worked through multiple shutdowns, including, having to work and show up every day without getting paid. I mean, it's just so scary to think of the fact that this is going to hurt people," end quote. Yet Democrats aren't showing the slightest interest in reopening the government to ensure our troops and federal employees get paid. Mr. President, later today, we're going to have another vote on the clean continuing resolution to open up the government. As I said, we are a handful of Democrats away from passing this continuing resolution and reopening the government. A handful of votes away from paying our troops. And we're going to see if that matters to Democrats. We'll see if Democrats choose to pay America's troops, or if they once again bow to the demands of their far-left base, which is telling them to hold out, or to their strategists who tell them that they're, quote, winning the shutdown. Well, based on the reporting this morning, Democrats couldn't care less whether military families miss a paycheck tomorrow. In an interview posted this morning, the Democrat leader said, "Every day gets better for us." Every day gets better for us. Mr. President, this isn't a political game. Democrats might feel that way, but I don't know of anybody else that does. Mr. President, the longer this goes on, the more the American people realize the Democrats own this shutdown. A Morning Consult poll finds that, and I quote, "Voters increasingly blame Democrats for the government shutdown," end quote. In the latest Harvard-Harris poll, 65% of voters think Democrats should reopen the government instead of holding out for their partisan demands. But Democrats are apparently being told to hold the line by their far-left base, and so this shutdown drags on. Mr. President, we can solve the issue of troop pay and every other problem we're seeing today, by passing this clean, nonpartisan CR and sending it to the President. He's ready to sign it. If Democrats would only agree, we could reopen the government in just a few hours, literally. Pay our troops, pay our federal workers, and stop this madness and this notion that somehow in this political game, the Democrats believe, according to their leader, that every day gets better for us. That, Mr. President, is not the experience of the American people. It's time to end this shutdown, to reopen this government. Let's pass this CR today. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
I recognize the Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be dispensed with.
The senator is recognized.
Mr. President, last night, nearly 2 years to the day of Hamas's vicious attack on October 7th, after nearly 2 long years of devastating war in Gaza, it appears that a ceasefire and hostage agreement has been reached. If this agreement is implemented, then finally, after 2 years of immense suffering, the hostages could soon be free. There could be a ceasefire, and the victims of this painful conflict can start to rebuild their lives. This brings a huge sigh of relief to the hostage families, to all of Israel, and to Palestinians who have suffered for so long in this horrific humanitarian catastrophe. Now we await details and final acceptance and implementation from all parties of the first phase. And we must begin the even harder work of closing negotiations to end the war, to start building the day after in Gaza without Hamas, to surge humanitarian assistance to Palestinians in Gaza, and to build a lasting peace that ensures security and dignity for Israelis and Palestinians alike. This morning, I hope and pray that all of the hostages are released, including the deceased hostages. I will never give up until all the hostages are home, including the remains of my constituents, Omer Nutra and Itai Chen. I've gotten to know their families well over the last 2 years, and I share their desperation to bring them home for proper burial and closure. The work is not over, but any step to end this nightmare is one that should be celebrated and carefully implemented. Now on the shutdown and the Trump administration. The federal government has now been shut down for more than a week, but Donald Trump, Speaker Johnson, and Republicans in Congress are nowhere to be found. Instead of playing with people's lives, Donald Trump and Republican leaders in Congress need to sit down with Democrats and have a serious negotiation to fix health care and reopen the government at once. Workers are starting to miss out on paychecks. Seniors are worried about delays at the Social Security Administration. Small business with government contracts are in the dark. We need to end this shutdown as soon as possible. Every day that Republicans refuse to negotiate to end this shutdown, the worse it gets for Americans, and the clearer it becomes who's fighting for them. Each day, our case to fix health care and end the shutdown gets better and better, stronger and stronger, because families are opening their letters, showing how high their premiums will climb if Republicans get their way. They're seeing why this fight matters. It's about protecting their health care, their bank accounts, their futures. But Republicans are absent. The House is literally on vacation. And Donald Trump, meanwhile, continues to play with people's lives and threaten mass layoffs for federal workers. Yesterday, the Wall Street Journal reported that Republican leaders in Congress have been urging the administration not to follow through with their threats of mass layoffs and no back pay for furloughed federal workers. The Journal wrote, quote, that far-reaching government cuts and firings could backfire with the public. And aides have been, quote, warning that such moves could cause voters to blame Republicans for the shutdown. That's the Wall Street Journal. Well, this is spot on. If Donald Trump thinks that punishing federal workers and treating the American public as pawns is going to help him politically, he's making a terrible mistake. Because the American people are smart. They see what Trump and the Republicans are doing. They know Republicans are the ones in charge. They have the presidency, the House, the Senate, not Democrats. We Democrats want to end this shutdown as quickly as we can. But Donald Trump and Republicans need to negotiate with us in a serious way to fix the health care premiums crisis. We can and should do both. It's not either or, like Republicans think. President Trump, meanwhile, is simply not taking this shutdown seriously because as we speak, the Trump administration continues to negotiate a $20 billion bailout for Argentina to prop up a MAGA ally. Apparently, Donald Trump thinks $20 billion for a MAGA-friendly government in Argentina is fine, but fixing health care premiums here at home is not. Meanwhile, thanks to Trump's bungled trade war with China, American soybean farmers have been shut out of foreign markets and are facing mass bankruptcies. With American farmers cut out, farmers in countries like Argentina are taking advantage, selling record number of soybeans to China. But instead of helping American farms now in the middle of a shutdown, Donald Trump wants to send $20 billion to Argentina to help them compete against American farmers. All while hungry Americans face higher grocery prices and the largest cuts ever to nutrition aid, thanks to Donald Trump and the Republicans' big ugly bill. It's utter lunacy. Whose side is Donald Trump on? And the situation is no better here in Congress. In the middle of a shutdown crisis, Speaker Johnson has shut the lights off to the halls of Congress. We Democrats have made clear that Republicans need to engage with us in serious negotiation to end this destructive shutdown and fix health care premiums as soon as we can. But Speaker Johnson has sent the House on vacation. He has sent members home now for 3 weeks, and it sounds like he'll keep them away for at least another week more. The House of Representatives has not held a vote, a single vote, since September 19th, 20 days ago. In fact, Mr. President, would you care to guess how many days the House has been in town since the end of July? 12 days. That's it. Since the summer, the House of Representatives has held votes for only 12 days. If you're someone who works 2 jobs, or works weekends or overtime to make ends meet, what on earth are you supposed to think, when House Republicans can't even be bothered to show up to reopen the government? House Republicans are not working and getting paid, and they're asking the American people House Republicans are getting paid and not working, and they're asking federal workers to work and not get paid. If your electricity prices are skyrocketing, if your premiums are going up by thousands of dollars, if you're getting charged more for a cup of coffee or your groceries, and you see Republicans on vacation for 3 weeks straight, that's basically a middle finger to hardworking Americans. And let's be clear, the Speaker's dig in at all costs approach is not sitting well with some members of his own party. Yesterday, Marjorie Taylor Greene said the following, quote, "The House has so much work to do. Why aren't we coming back in session? We could be doing appropriations, passing important bills, and more." Representative Massey of Kentucky tweeted something similar. "The government is shut down, but the House refuses to go back in session. Why are we in recess?" said Republican Massey. "Because the day we go back into session, I have 218 votes for the discharge petition to force a vote on releasing the Epstein files." Representative Kevin Kiley of California, Republican, meanwhile posted this: "The Speaker shouldn't even think about canceling session for a 3rd straight week." So the cracks are showing on the Republican side because they know Speaker Johnson's position of not budging on health care fixes is untenable. And in Louisiana, I would have thought that of all people interested in fixing ACA premiums, it would have been a representative from the state of Louisiana. Yesterday, I read a sobering report from the Times-Picayune saying that, quote, "Louisiana stands to lose the most if the ACA premium tax credits expire." According to that report, 85,000 Louisiana residents will lose health insurance. Many will see their premiums skyrocket. The average 60-year-old Louisiana couple making $85,000 a year would see insurance costs rise from $600 a month to $2,000 a month. Hear that, Mr. Speaker? That's your constituents. Good Americans in your own state will suffer the most if the ACA premiums expire. People will go bankrupt. People will get sick. People will die, all because the Speaker chose to keep the House on vacation rather than come to work and negotiate with Democrats to fix this health care crisis and end their Trump shutdown. Shameful. We urge Republicans to back away from their corner and have serious negotiations with the American people, serious negotiations that the American people deserve and expect before people get sick and go bankrupt. Now, finally, on a different, more somber but grateful note, last month the Senate lost a beloved member of our family, Kevin McDonald. Kevin served as the scheduler for our former colleague, Senator Patrick Leahy, for over 30 years. And I know Patrick would be the first to admit that he wouldn't have had the great career he did without Kevin by his side. I'm sure there were many days when I called Patrick 10 or 20 times, I still remember his phone number, or asked him to rush to my office in the middle of something else, and made Kevin's life hell trying to keep his schedule. But Kevin, the consummate professional he was, always found a way to make it work. He made the hardest days feel easier, he made the busiest days feel smoother, and everyone who knew him, whether you were a senator, a staffer, a parking attendant, a police officer, everyone just loved to be around him. He was the life of every party. He lit up every room he walked into and had an innate ability to turn friends into family. We'll all miss Kevin. We thank him for his service to the Senate, the state of Vermont, and the country. Our prayers are with his family, his friends, and his loved ones. I yield the floor.
I recognize the Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. I come to the floor having just listened to the minority leader talk, and I read in Punch Bowl News this morning the minority leader making a statement to Punch Bowl. So he thinks the Democrats have momentum. His statement is, every day gets better for us. That's what he said in an interview from his office yesterday when he was interviewed by the News. He said, every day gets better for us. I said, who is us? Not better for the American people. Who does he mean by us? Not the military who's not getting paid, not the Border Patrol that's not getting paid, not the air traffic controllers who aren't getting paid. Who is us? He's playing a game. We see it. The Washington Post talked about it just yesterday in their headline and their editorial page. Democrat leaders play dangerous game. That's what we have here. And what does the minority leader say? Every day gets better for us. Who in the world is us? Is it this group that has organized the shutdown? They've talked about having an orchestrated group of the far left wing, the terrorist wing of the Democrat Party, organizing and orchestrating the shutdown, planning for weeks in the minority leader's office, closely coordinated, and it's hurting the American people. But the minority leader has said it's getting better for them. Look, how can they brag about the damage that they're doing to the American people? Whether it's women on infant and children programs needing food, whether it's small businesses applying for loans for the Small Business Administration, our troops, our Border Patrol. But boy, for what I see from the minority leader and where he's trying to lead this country, it's a perfect quote for the shutdown. Gets better for them every day. And I'll tell you, Mr. President, it's rubbish. And it is hurting our country. 13 times we have voted to open the government, keep it open for a continuing resolution in Joe Biden's term, and now they're not going to do it because Donald Trump's in the White House. That's what we have in this country today. A political game being played by the Democrats because they think that every day gets better for them. And this isn't right versus left. This is right versus wrong. That's what we're facing in this country today. There are 1.3 million soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, Coast Guards, guardians on active duty to protect our nation, protect our freedoms. They're going to miss their paychecks. But Chuck Schumer says getting better for them. For the brave men and women in uniform, one date looms large. It's October 15th. Normally October 15th is payday. This year, under the Schumer shutdown, with it getting better for Schumer every day, it's going to be a day paychecks don't arrive for every one of them. 9 days ago, October 1st, service members of the ranks got their last paycheck. And it's going to be their last paycheck until the game, the dangerous game, the political game that Schumer and the others are playing ends and government reopens. We could do it today with a vote. We're going to have an opportunity to do it. And it's wrong. It's just wrong to do this as a game because it's getting better for them every day, or so they think. This Friday, October 10th, tomorrow, Border Patrol agents and other federal workers will receive only half a paycheck. The Democrat leader says that's getting better for them. 72% of military families say their most pressing concerns is missing a paycheck. 500,000 military families relocate to new duty stations each year. For them, costs can be crushing. Moves cost by the families are average $8,000 out of pocket. Normally this is reimbursed. May not be for a while. Chuck Schumer says getting better for them every day. Under the Schumer shutdown, military families are going to be forced to stretch out the budgets, dip into savings, take out loans. This adds to financial stress and strain. At Fort Hood in Texas, the local food bank is seeing a 34% spike in demand just since the shutdown began. Military families are lining up for food, diapers, baby formula. One employee there said the situation in Fort Worth had never happened ever. Maybe they're just stocking up because they know that for the Democrats, they think it's getting better every day. That's what they're aiming for. What in the heck are they thinking? Well, those people that have planned and organized all of this are thinking that, hey, we got a big rally coming to Washington, an Oak Kings rally, coming up the 18th, getting better for them every day. Let's just hurt the military more, the Border Patrol more, the women, infants, and children more. Hurt them because it's getting better for them every day. Not hurt. Who is the us? It's the left wing of the Democrat Party. It's not the American people. That's what we're focused on here. I want to focus about opening the government up for the American people. We have offered a clean, continuing resolution at current funding levels, at Biden funding levels, current levels, reopens the government, pays our service members. Mr. President, Republicans want to reopen the government. We have voted to not shut down the government. We want to make sure our troops don't miss the paycheck October 15th. Not the Democrats, because they think it's getting better for them. The date on their calendar is not the 15th, which is the date on the calendar of every military member. Their date is October 18th. That's the date when the most radical left-wing activists are going to descend upon Washington. They're coming to protest President Trump. And the Democrat leader and his leadership team is hoping that they will actually receive cheers from that group because it's getting better for them every day. That's what they say. This shutdown is all about politics. It's what it's all about. Been planned and orchestrated and organized for months. The Washington Post editorial said it best. The Democrats are playing a dangerous game. They are choosing politics over the paychecks of the American working men and women who protect our nation. And this weakness defines today's Democrat Party. They are radical, they are extreme, they are dangerous, they are scary, they are out of touch. But they think it's getting better for those people every day. They're holding our military hostage. Why? Because they want to impress the left-wing activists. It's indefensible. Service members now have to worry about putting food on the table so that the Democrats and Senator Schumer can try to satisfy the far-left liberal wing of the party, who will never be satisfied until this country is destroyed. That's what they want. It's no surprise that 55% of Americans say Democrats are shutting down the government just to please their radical base. The Senate can reopen the government today, but we need a handful of Democrats to join us. Democrats voted 13 times for a clean continuing resolution under Joe Biden. They know that the Schumer shutdown, it's reckless, it's radical, and it is wrong. The Democrats don't seem to care because, according to Chuck Schumer, every day gets better for us. And as a result, the Democrats are threatening America's safety, our security, and our prosperity. The American people don't want the government closed. Chuck Schumer does, because every day gets better for him. 2 in 3 Americans demand Democrats accept the continuing resolution at current funding levels. It's the right thing to do. It's fair. It's reasonable. It's time Democrats listen to them. Time to open the government so the troops can get paid. That's what this is all about, Mr. President. A political game being played by the radical left. And they believe it's getting better for them each day. And Chuck Schumer, this wasn't some offhanded comment. This is exactly what he said yesterday in a sit-down interview with the press in his office. These were planned words and orchestrated to appeal to the people that he's trying to appeal to them, who are not the average American who just wants to go to work, just wants to get paid a fair wage for a fair full day's work and defend the country. So I know who the us is when he says us. And it's not the American people, it's not the hardworking people of your state or my state who want to get up, go to work, get the kids to school, put food on the table, and live in this greatest country of all times. And that's what we're dealing with, and that's why I came to the floor this morning, Mr. President. Because when I heard this comment by the minority leader, I could not let it stand, and the American people deserve better. Mr. President, on a separate matter, I want to talk about something else. And in July, President Trump signed into law the Working Families Tax Cut. And that legislation stopped a $4 trillion tax increase. It secured our border, it unleashed American energy, and it slashed wasteful Washington spending. I thought one of the most egregious subsidies we eliminated was the electric vehicle tax credit. And under Joe Biden, Washington provided lucrative luxury tax credits to prop up EV sales. The Biden car bribes forced working families to subsidize vehicles that people didn't want, couldn't afford, weren't very practical in my state. And I've fought against these costly EV handouts for years. I introduced bills to repeal them, and I was joined by my Republican colleagues. And I especially want to recognize the senior senator from Ohio, Senator Bernie Moreno. Hardworking families should not be forced to bankroll luxury vehicles for wealthy elites. Republicans in Congress acted decisively. We terminated the EV tax credits. We deliberately chose September 30th as the end date for the subsidies. This quick termination meant significant savings for taxpayers, $200 billion in savings over the next 10 years. But as the saying goes, the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. And in Washington, we have to follow up and fight to protect taxpayers and taxpayer dollars, even when the intent of Congress is clear. And that's where I really want to point out the hard work of Senator Moreno, because that's what the Republicans are doing. In recent weeks, Senator Moreno and I read troubling news. There was a last-ditch effort to game the system in the final days before the cutoff date. And we immediately wrote to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to alert him about the issue and to address the problem. Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, who's chairman of the Commerce Committee, also raised his concern with the Treasury Department about the subsidies. Major car companies responded to the letter, and they changed their policies. And I encourage all companies to follow their lead. Republicans are going to continue to protect taxpayers and ensure these subsidies are gone for good. Here's the reality. The subsidies were never needed in the first place. Look at what has happened since Congress ended them. Tesla has actually lowered its prices. They've done it by stripping out luxury features like vegan leather seats and ambient lighting. Hyundai slashed nearly $10,000 off of their Georgia-built model. This is precisely how fair market competition works. Americans elected Republicans to end Washington wasteful spending. We're keeping our word. So I'm going to continue to work with my Senate colleagues and the Trump administration to keep this loophole closed, to enforce the law, and to protect hardworking taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Mississippi.
Mr. President, we're in an unfortunate period of hyperpartisanship. It doesn't look good from this angle, and I know it doesn't look good to the general public. But I have some good bipartisan news that might make us feel better about our national security. As chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, I come to the floor this morning and say that we are finally in a position to take up on the floor, vote on, and pass the National Defense Authorization Act. This is a very important act that we manage in times of majority and minority in Democratic, Republican administrations to pass each year for over 6 decades. My partner and colleague, former chairman of the committee, Jack Reed, and now ranking Democrat member, has worked with me, along with our Armed Services Committee members and our capable staffs, and we have built a strong bipartisan National Defense Authorization Act. It started this summer when earlier than usual, the committee approved our bill by an overwhelming majority of 26-1. Let me say that again. In this time when we can't seem to muster a 60-vote majority to keep us in business as a federal government, we were able to pass the National Defense Authorization Act by a vote of 26-1. It is member-driven. It's full of national security priorities from senators across this body on both sides of the aisle. It is designed to make important changes, to make our country stronger, to make our defenses better and more able to defend ourselves, and therefore to prevent armed conflict. Senator Reid and I have worked with majority and minority members then to build a bipartisan package of 49 amendments to be offered on the floor. And we are within moments of a decision point. We can decide to bring this matter to the floor and get unanimous consent to lock in consideration, or we can begin voting, which will take us into the afternoon. And I have to say that based on experience, if we don't get this locked in at this moment, Mr. President, then we will miss an opportunity to consider these amendments on the floor, because we simply are going to run out of time if we don't proceed before the weekend break. The package includes, in the substitute amendment, which we filed back before the August break. Now, since that time, we've worked closely to take the next step. We have 47 amendments for a second manager's package. And this has been agreed upon by the ranking member and by me and by our membership, split evenly between Republicans and Democrats. It contains numerous bipartisan items. we might not take all 17 votes, but we've teed up 17 votes. Again, split evenly, or split as evenly as possible between Republican bills and Democrat bills. I say to you, Mr. President, and I say to the leadership of the Democratic minority in this Senate, we are ready to vote on the NDAA. We're ready to show on both sides of the aisle that the Senate can act in the interest of national security and get something done on a bipartisan basis. And for heaven's sake, we need to do that at this moment, even more importantly than at other times. We have a great product before us. It makes huge changes, significant changes, and we need to send the signal that we can do this, get it then coordinated with the House version, which has already been passed, and move it to the President of the United States for his early signature. I genuinely thank my partner, Senator Jack Reed, for his tireless work with me to get to this point. I was looking forward to locking in a unanimous consent request at this moment, Mr. President, but I've been told to hold off. It could be coming in just a few minutes. But we have to get that unanimous consent to avoid vote after vote after vote on cloture on these various proposals and amendments. We've got to lock that in. We must do it this morning, in the next hour, perhaps between now and the first vote, which I believe begins in about 30 minutes. We simply cannot delay this process any longer. Let me make it clear. If we do not bring this to the floor today, this matter will not have time for deliberation on the Senate floor, and we'll have to basically pretend that we're having a conference between House and Senate members, and a very small group of senators will have to write this bill and bring it to the floor for final passage. That's not the way this ought to be done, and it can be avoided with a unanimous consent request in just a very few minutes. But the good news is we're ready to proceed. The good news is the committee is united, 26-1, and my ranking member and I are ready to proceed. We simply need a Democrat leader to come down here and agree to unanimous consent. And I yield the floor.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, before I begin my remarks, I would ask unanimous consent that privileges of the floor be granted to my congressional fellows and interns for the remainder of this Congress. They are Mary Horton, Kathleen Song, Valerie Hines, and Michael Noddy.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we've all talked about what the primary goal is right now in the Senate. It is to reopen the federal government, but that's not all we need to reopen right now. As we focus on ending this shutdown, I've come to speak in support of a disapproval resolution that is now pending. This is HJR 106. This is the companion to the resolution that Senator Sullivan and I have introduced to reopen the Central Yukon Resource Management Plan after the BLM finalized it over our objection last fall. So the formal name of this rule is the Central Yukon Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan. The name is big, and it is a really big area encompassing nearly 56 million acres, mostly in northern and interior Alaska. So whole state of Alaska, but it is this central area here that is really quite substantial. And not all of that is federal land. You'll see the different colors here. In fact, most of it is not. This RMP is only supposed to affect 13.3 million acres managed by BLM. Now that is still a lot of land. To kind of put it into perspective, it's more than twice the total acreage of Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Hampshire, and Vermont. So that's what you're looking at here within this region. So we do need an RMP, a resource management plan, to guide management of the Central Yukon's federal acres. This plan is meant to replace older regimes that were put in place back in 1981, 1986, and 1991, as well as some lands that are unplanned. So this is a big undertaking. It's been going on for a long time, started back in 2013, 12 years ago, costing taxpayers millions of dollars to complete. I didn't want to have to overturn this RMP because I really do respect much of the work that was done, certainly the people who worked really hard to do it. And I also recognize that some Alaskans support pieces of last year's final plan and are concerned that their input could be lost if it is reopened. But the problem that we've got here, and why we're taking this resolution up today, is that the Biden administration, which was in office during the last few years of this 12-year process, really has left us with no choice here. They lost sight of the need for balanced management. They dropped any pretense of it from the final plan. So despite objections from me, from Senator Sullivan, the state of Alaska, many Alaska stakeholders, BLM kind of plowed ahead and they finalized a plan that overwhelmingly prioritizes conservation but fails to reflect the principle of multiple use that is required with our public lands and fails to honor the explicit requirements of federal law. There are some very significant issues within this plan. There are further deficiencies based on what BLM pledged to do and then refused to do. And that combination is what caused us to file this resolution and to seek a more balanced plan going forward. So, going through those problems in a little bit greater detail. I expect that one of the things that you're going to hear today in opposition is that this is unprecedented, that Congress is now overturning 12 years of non-political, legally sound agency work. And Mr. President, if that were true, I wouldn't be standing here in opposition to this. I would be a no on the resolution, but that's not where we are. In December of 2020, in BLM's 8th year of work on this RMP, the agency released a draft plan with a pretty reasonable preferred alternative. This is a proposal that would have protected sensitive areas. It would have upheld subsistence and recreational uses. It would have provided opportunities for resource development and other legal uses on BLM land. And under that proposal, many outdated public land orders, we call them PLOs, would have been lifted, and the majority of BLM's lands would have then be accessible. But just a few years later, we saw a very different preferred alternative emerge from BLM. This was in the middle of the Biden administration. The final record of decision issued last November is 362 pages long. There are multiple appendices that total another 1,428 pages. So it's 1,800 pages. I can't. This is the stack of the maps and the pages of the final record of decision. 1,800 pages showing these various designations and restrictions. This is in no way a user-friendly plan. It's not a printer-friendly plan, that's for sure. But it's also not a BLM employee-friendly plan. It's long, it's complex, and unless you're really super invested in learning what was designated as Visual Resources Management Class 2, as opposed to Class 3 or perhaps Class 4, you're probably not really going to enjoy reading it. The differences between what the BLM proposed in 2020 and what BLM finalized in 2024 show really how this process went off the rails. So giving you a couple examples here. In 2020, BLM proposed one area of critical environmental concern, we call them ACECs, and resource natural area. These are administrative withdrawals for conservation that restrict other uses. And this covered 77,000 acres. Then last year, BLM's final RMP balloons this to include 21 ACECs and RNAs covering 3.6 million acres. This is imposing restrictions on nearly 47 times more land. In 2020, BLM proposed 497,000 acres of special recreation management areas. In 2024, we saw that triple to 1.453 million acres. In 2020, BLM proposed little over 1 million acres of utility and transportation corridors. In 2024, that fell by 2/3 to just 33,000 acres. In 2020, BLM proposed to have almost 7.5 million acres open to fluid mineral leasing, and then in 2024, it leaves just 845,000 acres open. That's 89% less. So you can see the dramatic differences between the plan in 2020 and the plan in 2024. There's a lot more I could go through, but the point is restrictions exploded in the final plan, while opportunities for economic development were severely curtailed. And we saw it over and over in Alaska over the last 4 years. We don't think it was any accident. You've heard my colleague speak on the floor about this a great deal, but it was just really the last administration's goal to reduce and curtail many of these activities. BLM's treatment of public land orders, which have been obsolete in Alaska for decades, also backslid dramatically. And these came to be in the 1970s when Alaska's land ownership was greatly unsettled, but they should have been revoked a long time ago. In 2020, BLM proposed to revoke 5.863 million acres of so-called D1 withdrawals. But then in 2024, BLM zeroes that out. And instead, they've only lifted withdrawals for one narrow purpose. It's an important purpose, but it's very narrow, and that's allotments for eligible Alaska-Vietnam veterans, but no others. In 2020, BLM proposed to lift PLO 5150, reflecting state and native selections around our Trans-Alaska Pipeline Corridor. But then in 2024, BLM reverses course, refused to lift a single acre of PLO 5150 within the RMP process. And the problem is that BLM told us, they told me, they told my team, that they would address PLO 5150 through a separate process. They called it a tiered environmental assessment. And they said that that was going to begin immediately after the finalization of the Central Yukon RMP. But they just had to get to that point, and they just needed us to back off so they could. Guess what never happened? The day after the state of Alaska's consistency review period for the Central Yukon RMP ended, BLM canceled its separate process for PLO 5150. mean, it was an absurd decision. BLM spent years, they spent years telling us that they could only lift public land orders within the RMP process, and then as the Central Yukon RMP nears completion, they then tell us that they could only lift one of the most visible PLOs in Alaska outside of it. And then as soon as we reach that point, they break their promise, immediately pulling the whole thing down. My team was actually on the phone with BLM when this happened. They asked about the process, and they were told everything is on track, everything's going just fine. And right after, probably not even more than 30 minutes after that, BLM calls state officials to tell them it's off and never coming back. If that's not a bait and switch, I don't know what is. But this is where you can start to see how BLM's actions, both what it did and what it refused to do in this RMP, directly contradict multiple federal laws. The first is ANILCA, the Alaska National Interest Lands Conservation Act. That was Alaska's grand bargain. This is where Congress withdrew and conserved tens of millions of acres in our state in exchange for reasonable opportunities for economic development, whether it be within the 1002 area, the Ambler Road. But this was the deal back in 1980. And to confirm that Alaska had done its part for national conservation, ANILCA also includes several what we call no more clauses, reflecting the fact that we were done, no more wilderness needed to be designated in the state of Alaska. It should be pretty apparent that unilateral administrative designation of 3.6 million acres of ACECs, dozens of other restrictions across millions of other acres, and the retention of virtually all land withdrawals, which were supposed to be lifted decades ago, are all directly contrary to ANILCA. The Central Yukon Plan also conflicts with a law that I wrote called the Alaska Land Transfer Acceleration Act. Some people around here are still surprised that Alaska's land ownership is still not settled yet. 66 years after statehood, neither our state nor our native land entitlements have been fulfilled. We've got millions of acres remaining outstanding on both of these, and their settlement hinges on the federal government making available and then transferring selected lands. Congress agreed to enact my Alaska Land Transfer Acceleration Act back in 2004, and we set this goal that our land entitlements would be complete by 2009. That was the 50th anniversary of statehood. Well, that didn't happen, but some good did come from it. BLM surveyed its land withdrawals in Alaska, and then in 2006, there was a report to Congress that recommended that 95% of them, covering 152 million acres, could be lifted consistent with the protection of the public's interest. And the only caveat here was that BLM preferred to lift its orders through its land planning process. So we worked with them. We pushed to make that happen. We've appropriated funding to make it happen. But when BLM undertakes a new RMP and decides that not a single acre of a single PLO can be lifted across 13.3 million acres for any other purpose other than native allotments, you're going to see patience run out. And it turns to frustration, it turns to opposition, and it takes us to where we are today, which is congressional disapproval of a resource management plan. Now, I would also point out that the Central Yukon RMP conflicts with ANCSA, or the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. The regional ANC in the Central Yukon area, Doyon, has rightly pointed out that BLM's actions in this RMP would make it difficult, if not impossible, to utilize its lands for the benefit of its people in line with congressional intent. In a letter to Alaska's congressional delegation, Doyon explained how BLM's restrictive land designations will, quote, complicate access to and use of Doyon lands and potentially prevent Doyon from fully realizing the economic and other benefits that Congress intended it would enjoy as a result of ANCSA's settlement of Aboriginal claims. So, Mr. President, I'd ask that unanimous consent that the letter be included as part of the congressional record immediately following my remarks.
Without objection.
And, Mr. President, we also received a letter of support for this resolution from the North Slope Trilateral, which includes the Inupiat community of the Arctic Slope, the North Slope Borough, and the Arctic Slope Regional Corporation, ASRC. And their letter lays out in a series of fundamental flaws within the final Central Yukon Plan, including its failure to account for North Slope priorities, the impact that it would have on native lands, the barriers it creates to cooperative land management, the restrictions it imposes to foreclose the production of rare earth elements and other resources, as well as the lack of consultation with Alaska natives who live on the North Slope during its development. As the trilateral writes, quote, "The result is a plan that ignores congressional intent under both ANCSA and ANILCA, disregards the economic needs of North Slope communities, and creates unnecessary obstacles to infrastructure, energy, and community health across northern Alaska." So again, Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent that the letter from the North Slope leaders be printed in the congressional record.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, the sad part is that what these Alaskans are pointing to, restrictions that encumber access to lands and opportunities, was largely the point of BLM's final RMP. And that, again, points to why we're here to disapprove this plan. Now, I should point out that there's a big misunderstanding about the effects of this resolution. There's been some false claims out there. I think there's been some kind of sloppy reporting of them. But when the House passed this resolution, we saw over and over again in different articles that somehow or other that passage of that resolution had approved the Ambler Access Project, which is not the case. That project has been in permitting for a decade, and then just on Monday, President Trump issued a determination reapproving it, which we appreciate, but nothing in this disapproval resolution approves that project. So that's just misinformation out there. But what is true is that over the course of decades, Congress has ceded a lot of authority on federal land management to the executive branch. We trust them to follow the laws that we've made, find a balance between competing uses and priorities. And we know it's not an easy job, especially in a state where you have more than 223 million federal acres. But when the agencies lose sight of that, it's our job here, it's our responsibility to rein them in, and that's what we're doing. We're reminding BLM that these are public lands that are generally available for multiple use, not exclusively conserved lands with layer after layer of administrative restrictions heaped onto them. Before I end here, I'd like to briefly discuss what comes next if we're able to pass this disapproval resolution. It should be very clear. Passage does not invalidate 12 years of agency work. It does not overturn the environmental analysis that's been done or the public comments that have been received. We are simply reopening this plan, and we're telling BLM, return, come back with a new one that is more balanced. And that shouldn't be hard, and it shouldn't take that long because the plan already exists. It was just abandoned once the Biden administration took office. For 8 years, BLM was on the right track in this process. It has a ready-made plan in the form of its preferred alternative from 2020. The record of decision from last year even acknowledges that the 2020 preferred alternative features a, quote, blend of resource protection and resource development. It's an actual balance between the two, and that's what we should be seeking. It's time to go back to that proposal, update it as needed based on the passage of time, and put into place a final Central Yukon plan that maintains access, respects multiple use, and conserves where necessary and appropriate. And it's entirely possible to serve the varied interests of this region. And through this resolution, that's exactly what we're telling BLM to do. And when they do, we'll have a final Central Yukon resource management plan that Alaska's delegation, the state of Alaska, the largest landowner in the region, Doyon, and a wide range of Alaskan stakeholders can support. So I would urge my colleagues to support this resolution. I yield the floor to my colleague from Alaska who has worked very, very hard on this resolution, and appreciate his leadership of the same.
Mr. President.
The other senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to speak for up to 15 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without
I ask
objection.
unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum calls with respect to cloture on the motions to proceed to calendar 167, Senate 2882, and calendar 168, HR 5371.
Without objection. Senator from Alaska.
I want to thank my colleague, Senator Murkowski, on her remarks on the vote that we're getting ready to take on the CRA, dealing with the Central Yukon Plan. And I'm going to be a little bit briefer since she covered a lot of material and did a great job doing it. But I want to give my colleagues just a little sense of, these are the elements of why this plan, quote, plan, needs to be repealed by the U.S. Senate in part of a CRA. By the way, Mr. President, this is going to continue in the vein of what we did with your great state, Montana, and North Dakota, the last 2 days on the Senate floor with these CRAs. And what's going on here? Well, we all know what's going on here, both with regard to Montana and with regard to North Dakota, and of course with regard to Alaska. The previous administration came in and said, even though it's probably illegal, we're going to try and lock up these states because we don't want resource development on these states. Now imagine, Mr. President, Senator Murkowski mentioned the Central Yukon Plan that the Biden administration issued. We didn't want it. Nobody really wanted it in Alaska. It's almost 56 million acres, okay? That's the size of Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania combined. Just that one plan. Gives you a sense of how big my state is. But can you imagine a president of the United States, if you were a Republican, telling the people of Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania that they're going to be saddled with a plan they didn't want to large up large swaths of their land, destroying thousands of jobs, which is what this plan would do? Nobody would accept that. This plan scheme of the Biden administration disregards local voices, ignores protections guaranteed under federal law, ANCSA and ANILCA, and undermines the ability of Alaska Native corporations who did not want it to access and responsibly develop their lands, which Congress gave them in the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act in 1971. So these are the key elements of why it's a problem, Mr. President, and it's also part of a long pattern with the Biden administration that I never tire of reminding people. This is the chart we call the last frontier lockup. The last administration issued 70 executive orders and executive actions singularly focused on Alaska, 7-0. I confronted President Biden in the Oval Office respectfully when we were at 48. Here's the list of them, by the way, Mr. President, of the 70. That's each one, 7-0, only against Alaska. And I said, Mr. President, why are you doing this? Why are you going to war with my people? Working families, Americans. You're sanctioning Alaska more than you sanction Iran and Venezuela and their terrorist regimes. You know, he didn't know. I don't think he knew what was going on. But it was wrong. In this, by the way, Mr. President, this Central Yukon Management Plan was one of the 70 that we didn't want, that the vast majority of the Native people didn't want. Certainly that the Native Corporation Doyon, most of their land, they didn't want it. So, Mr. President, what we need to do instead, as opposed to locking up Alaska, as I said to President Biden, it's not good for Alaska, sir, but it's also not good for America, is we need to do this. Unleash Alaska's extraordinary resource potential. And by the way, thank you, President Trump. This is a day one executive order, one of the first executive order President Trump issued when he came into office in January and said, we're not going to lock up Alaska, we're going to unleash it. So, in his executive order, we also have essentially getting rid of this Central Yukon Management Plan from the Biden administration. So thank you, Mr. President. Now my colleagues, I'm asking all of them, and I'm particularly asking my Democratic colleagues, because I want you guys to show that you're not so anti-Alaska. The Democratic Party at the national level has become the anti-Alaska party, an anti-Alaska Native party. So many things that we care about in my state, in the interest of the Native people, all my colleagues on the other side of the aisle make it a point to try to crush us in our opportunity and cancel Native voices. Yes, Indigenous voices. You're always working to cancel them. Here's your opportunity, Democrat colleagues, to vote yes on this CRA. Listen to me and Senator Murkowski, the people who represent the people in the great state of Alaska. Listen to President Trump. So that's what we want. And I'm going to just mention one final thing, Mr. President, why this is so important, why I get really animated about this with all my colleagues. A lot of people have seen this chart, but I like showing it because it's a really important issue. This is a chart from the American Medical Association from 1980 to 2014, and it had life expectancy in America, okay? So the places that are blue, darker blue, purple, if you look at the chart, these people are living longer. Purple is 13 years. So in 24 years, certain parts of America, the life expectancy of Americans increased by 13 years. Now, unfortunately, in our great nation, look at the yellow, orange, and red on this chart. That's actually life expectancy decreases. We, of course, nobody wants that. A lot of that was the opioid epidemic and things. But guess which state had the greatest increase in life expectancy of any place in America from 1980 to 2014? According to the American Medical Association, Alaska, especially the North Slope region, interior Alaska, Aleutian Island area, southeast Alaska. So what happened 1980 to 2014 in that part of Alaska? I'll tell you what happened. Responsible resource development happened. And people started living longer. They got jobs. They got water and sewer, flush toilets, gymnasiums, health clinics, things that the lower 48 just takes for granted that we didn't have in a lot of our state because we had responsible resource development, mining, oil and gas on the North Slope, fishing out on the Aleutian Island chains, all because of laws that we made here in the Congress. The people of Alaska, particularly the Native people, started living longer. Living longer. I've asked my colleagues, I've used this chart a lot, give me an indicator of policy success more important than the people you represent are living longer. There isn't one. That's the most important. The people you represent are living longer. Why? Because of responsible resource development. There's no doubt. Here's the chart. Alaskans are living up to 13 years longer. Now, Native people in my state, unfortunately, started at a real low level, some of the lowest levels of life expectancy, but because we're developing our resources responsibly, my constituents are living longer. So when you have these groups, and you have the Biden administration, and no offense, you have a lot of my Senate Democrat colleagues, try to shut down my state, which they always do, you know what you're doing? You're actually impacting people's lives and how long they live. So, Mr. President, this is really important for me and the people I represent. This is a good opportunity to tell the Biden administration, hey, you're not going to do this. You're not going to do it to Montana. You're not going to do it to North Dakota. And you're certainly not going to do it to Alaska because you're going to negatively impact people's lives. So I really hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, and I really hope at least one or two Democrats have the courage to come and say, you know what, Dan, you've been talking about this for 10 years. I agree with you. I'm going to vote to rescind this Biden CRA or this Biden Yukon management plan that nobody wanted to help your state and help America. One more thing, Mr. President. In this part of the state where that central Yukon management plan is, like I said, 56 million acres, 51 of the 56 critical minerals that our country needs are in this area. You know, I was in an armed services hearing recently, and everybody, including a lot of my Democrat colleagues, like, gosh, we're so reliant on China for critical minerals. What can we do? I can tell you what you can do. Quit shutting down my state. Let us develop critical minerals in Alaska as opposed to relying on them from China. So that's another reason this is important for national security of our country. And with that, I ask all my colleagues to support this CRA, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator of Mississippi.
I ask unanimous consent that at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader, and notwithstanding Rule 22, it be in order to call up the following amendments to Calendar 115 S 2296. Paul, number 3761. Cruz, number 3274. Scott of Florida, number 3535. Marshall, number 3213. Moran, number 3814. Curtis, number 3697. Lee Duckworth, number 3288. Cotton Gillibrand, number 3759. Cornyn Cortez Masto, number 3926. Haggerty Peters, number 3841. Schumer, number 3109. Van Hollen, number 3872. Duckworth, number 3210. Warnock, number 3010. Kane, number 3337. Sanders, number 3853. Merkley, number 3927. Further, that with respect to the amendments listed above, at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader, the Senate vote on the amendments in the order listed, with no further amendments or motions in order, and with 60 affirmative votes required for adoption, and that there be 2 minutes equally divided prior to each vote. Further, that upon disposition of the Merkley Amendment 3927, the following amendments be called up and made pending en bloc, and that they be the only remaining amendments in order to S 2296. Scott of South Carolina, 3340. Hassan, 2928. Grassley, 3355. Warnock, 2952. McCormick, 3376. Ossoff, 2971. Cornyn, 3405. Kane, 3039. Capito, 3435. Gallego, 3136. Langford, 3439. Duckworth, 3156. Blackburn, 3489. Shaheen, 3351. Kennedy, 3703. Booker, 3530. Daines, 3732. Slotkin, 3557. Ricketts, 3788. Peters, 3570. Hawley, 3799. Hickenlooper, 3601. Rounds, 3810. Coons, 3712. Tillis, 3811. Cortez Masto, 3724. Moran, 3813. Klobuchar, 3751. Grassley, 3823. Klobuchar, 3818. Kennedy, 3702. Durbin, 3825. Fisher, 3842. Padilla, 3834. Cruz, 3890. Hirono, 2979. Grassley, Durbin, 3272. Cruz, Cantwell, 3742. Scott of South Carolina, Warren, 3901. Rish Shaheen, 3819. Graham, 3899. Sullivan, White House, 3888. Collins, 3880. Hirono, 3015. Peters, 3753. Shaheen Rish, 3826. Coons, 3728. Gallego, 3928. That the Senate vote on the amendments en bloc, that upon disposition of the amendments, the pending Thune amendments and motions be withdrawn. The Ernst Amendment 3427 be agreed to. The Wicker-Reed Substitute Amendment 3748 as modified and as amended be agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time, and that the Senate vote on passage of the bill as amended with 60 affirmative votes required for passage, and if passed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. President.
Senator from Mississippi.
On behalf of the leader, I ask unanimous consent that it be in order for the two leaders to enter motions to reconsider without being on the prevailing side with respect to the cloture votes on the motion to proceed to S 2882 and HR 5371.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the motion to proceed to counter number 167 S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debated on the motion to proceed to S2882, a bill making continuing appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Deans, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Ms. Cortez Masto. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Kane, Kelly, Merkley, Padilla, Reed, and Shaheen. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kennedy, Sheehy, Sullivan, and Wicker. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Marino, no. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Langford, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Mrs. Moody. Mrs. Moody, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Curtis, Mr. Curtis, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no.
On the vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 50. 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, this motion is not agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the motion to proceed to Calendar 168, H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to H.R. 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Mr. McCormick? Blackburn? Gotcha. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Yeah. Thank you. Ms. Blunt-Rod. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Ms. Collins. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. I got you. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Thanks. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Marino. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Good idea. Thank you. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Graham, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, King, Lankford, Lee, Marshall, McCormick, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Paul, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Smith, Warner, Welch, and Whitehouse. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Serrano, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Markey? No. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Schiff? No. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Moody, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Is that it for you guys? That's fine. Fine. Thank you.
The other night, we did not.
Okay. I see, that's what I...